From the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II softball coverage live on the ECC network. This afternoon's conference matchup features the Queens College Knights taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Joe Foreman. I will be on the call solo today from the College of Staten Island, bringing you all of the action live from behind home plate during today's conference doubleheader. And for the College of Staten Island, they come in with a record of 8-16 on the season. However, the Dolphins enter today's matchup with the Knights playing their best softball of the season. They have won 3 of their last 4 games, including a pair of victories against Molloy College on Saturday. They took the win in Game 1, 11-3, and the win in Game 2 by a final score of 2-0. They then split Sunday's doubleheader against DeUville University, winning Game 2 of that 2-game set by a score of 7-5 after dropping Game 1 by a score of 5-1. The Queens College Knights, however, come in struggling. They are 2-20 on the season. Both of their wins coming in conference play this year. They are 2-8 against the ECC. The Dolphins come in 4-10 in conference play. As for the Knights, their last victory on this season came back on Saturday, April 9th against Mercy College. Their second and only other victory of the season came against DeUville University back 1 week before that game against Mercy on Saturday, April 2nd. So the Knights come in on a very different trajectory than this Dolphins team. They hope that a matchup with their CUNY rival can help them get things right here this afternoon. Leading the way for the Dolphins at the plate, it is freshman Anissa Acosta. She comes in hitting at .442 with an OPS over 1250. She has started all 24 games for the Dolphins and leads the team in hits, home runs, RBIs, and slugging, as well as on base percentage. However, Acosta is also the Dolphins' leader in ERA, WHIP, and wins. She has 2 complete games, but it will be Kelsey Strayer taking the circle for Game 1. And on the other side of this break, I'll have the numbers on Strayer and the starting lineup for both teams.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island where the Dolphins get set to take on CUNY rival Queens College. And ahead of the break, I did mention the Dolphins' starting pitcher in this game, Kelsey Strayer. She has taken the circle and is coming off of another solid outing. She pitched 2 good games here on the Dolphins' home turf this past weekend. Strayer comes in having appeared in 15 games, including 10 starts. She has pitched to a whip of 2.16 and a 7.14 ERA. In 50 innings, she's allowed 99 hits, 68 runs, 51 of those earned. She has walked 9 and struck out 24. 251 opposing batters have hit .394 against her. And the Queens College lineup that she will face is as follows. Leading things off will be Sierra Alvarado. Batting second will be Emma Wimmer. In the third spot in the order is Danielle D'Angelo. Hitting cleanup is Ann Grimshaw. Batting fifth is Amanda Baez. Batting sixth is Jenny Murphy. Batting seventh is Marissa Sagona. Batting eighth is Joy Papagiannopoulos. And batting ninth is Emma Zumpole. In the field for CSI, behind the plate, Isabel Gallo. First to third, Acosta, Aponte, Moore, McPherson. In the outfield, left to right, Carrion, Carcano, and Whalen. And we are set to get underway from the CSI softball complex. And Sierra Alvarado will lead things off for the Knights. Alvarado comes in hitting at .239 on the season, and the first pitch of the game is over for a called strike one. Alvarado, one of only 2 Knights who has started all 22 games for Queens. And the 0-1 pitch from Strayer misses up and away for ball one. Emma Zumpole is the only other player on this Queens roster who has started all 22 games. And the 1-1 misses for ball two. For Kelsey Strayer, she is undoubtedly coming off of 2 of her best outings of the season, as I mentioned just a few moments ago. Right there, she gets Alvarado to swing and miss for strike 2, but the first of those 2 outings came against Malloy on Saturday. In that game, Strayer allowed 3 runs, and her 2-2 pitch is fouled away. But against Malloy, in 3 2/3, Strayer allowed 6 hits and 3 runs. Only one of those runs was earned. She walked 1 in that game, did not record a strikeout. She looks for the punch out here and misses with that pitch for ball 3. An early full count as Alvarado steps into the box with a count of 3 balls and 2 strikes, and the payoff pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Now, I'm very close to the Queens dugout, and I couldn't help but overhear Alvarado's reaction as she walked back toward the dugout. 2 words, so slow. She was fooled by the off-speed pitch for strike 3, and very early, Kelsey Strayer has her first punch out. That will bring Emma Wimmer to the plate, and Wimmer fouls the first pitch back. Wimmer comes in with only 7 at-bats on the year. Still looking for her first base hit. And she bloops one back beyond the infield, and that will fall for a 1-out single. And just like that, the Knights have their first base runner of the game. And Danielle D'Angelo will be the batter. D'Angelo comes in the team's 4th leading hitter at .254. She has an OPS of 714. That's good for 3rd on this Queens roster. And the first pitch from Strayer misses outside for ball 1. D'Angelo is also 3rd in hits with 15, 3rd in slugging at .424. And the 1-0 is hit out toward right center field. Whalen gives chase, and that drops. Carcano fields it on a hop. The throw goes to 3rd, and that will allow D'Angelo to advance to 2nd. She picks up a single and will advance on the throw. And with that, the Knights now have 2 in scoring position and just 1 out, with their cleanup hitter Ann Grimshaw coming to the plate. Grimshaw comes in the team's leading hitter at .306. She also leads the team in hits with 19 and in slugging at .435. And the pitch from Strayer is foul tipped off the glove of Gallo for strike 1. Grimshaw is also a very tough strikeout. She has only struck out 4 times this season and has only drawn 1 walk. Keep in mind, first base is open as that's lined back through the middle and into left center field for a base hit. Carcano plays it on the backhand, but that will bring in 2 runs as it's an RBI single for Ann Grimshaw, and Grimshaw has given the Knights the early 2-0 lead. Very early, Queens College has 3 base hits against Kelsey Strayer, and Isabel Gallo will have a word with her teammate. She looks to calm Strayer down here. Amanda Baez will be the batter. Baez comes in hitting at .298. That's good for second on this Knights team. And the first pitch from Strayer is up and away for ball one. As a one-man crew today, I did not have time to get our batter's camera set up ahead of game one. I do hope to get that set up in time for game two. As Strayer just missed off the inside corner for ball two. Certainly our best weather that we've had here at the College of Staten Island for a softball game this season. We've broadcasted through a lot of cold weather, some rainfall. Couldn't ask for a better day today on this Wednesday afternoon as Strayer misses up high for ball three. Jenny Murphy stands on deck. Runner on first is Grimshaw. 3-0 count here for Baez. She shows bunt and was taking all the way as she looks at a strike. Three balls and one strike the count on the Knights right fielder. And Strayer catches the inside corner to run the count full. Grimshaw, the runner over at first, has not attempted a stolen base this year. We'll see if they send her on 3-2. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that misses downstairs for ball four. And the Knights once again have two on, still just one out. And that will bring Jenny Murphy to the plate. Murphy comes in with 6 hits in 35 at-bats on the season. She comes to the plate in an RBI spot here. And the first pitch from Strayer finds the zone for a called strike one. Murphy has just 1 run batted in on the year. A base hit certainly could score Grimshaw from second. Comes the 0-1, and that's up high. This next pitch for Kelsey Strayer will be number 20. She's been forced to work very hard here in the top half of the first inning. Here comes the 1-1. And Murphy attempts the bunt. They now have Grimshaw in a rundown. Moore has it, flipped to second. Aponte now moves toward third. McPherson has it, and Grimshaw is tagged out. So Murphy attempts the bunt, and officially I believe that putout was 6-4-5. Hopefully that helps out our official score. That would be Joe Masha today. Now there are 2 away in the inning as the runner is going. Throw to second, sails into center field, but Baez will hold at second base. The count is even on Murphy now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Credit Baez with the stolen base. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that is line foul and out of play off the tarp in left field. Well, that out the Knights just gave away on the base path certainly helps out Kelsey Strayer quite a bit. She was up over 20 pitches with just 1 out in the inning and is now 1 strike away from recording the 3rd out. We'll see if Murphy has something to say about that. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's line into left field, but that ball is foul. And Baez is told by her dugout that she will need to head back over to second base. She never hesitated with 2 outs and crossed the plate soon after that ball landed. 2 balls and 2 strikes remains the count on the Knights' designated player. And the pitch from Strayer skips in. Baez heads for third. And she will take third base on the wild pitch. Once again, Strayer has run a full count, this time on Jenny Murphy. Strayer has already issued 1 walk in the inning. And that's pulled foul once again by Murphy. And the count stays full. Marissa Sagona stands on deck if Murphy can keep the inning going. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. And once again, that's pulled foul. Murphy continues to battle. And Strayer continues to work very hard here in the opening inning. This next pitch will be number 28 for the Dolphins right-hander. Strayer comes set. Here is another 3-2 pitch, and that's grounded over to short. Moore can't handle it. And we'll see how they score that one, as Moore was forced to play it on the backhand. I think that will go down as an error. And it will, as that is the first Dolphins error. Baez comes in to score. And the Knights now lead 3-0. First pitch is in for a called strike 1 to Marissa Sagona. Sagona comes in with 6 hits and 36 at-bats on the year. She's behind here, 0-1. And she went around there on the half swing and is quickly in a 2-strike hole. Once again, Kelsey Strayer has a chance to bring this inning to a close with a strikeout. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that's outside for ball 1. I mentioned Strayer's performance against the Lions. Allowed just 1 earned run in 3 2/3. She was arguably better than that on Sunday against Dieuville. She was charged in that game with 5 runs, 4 of them earned, but she went 6 2/3. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's fouled back. Strayer has already thrown 33 pitches here in the opening inning. Two balls and 2 strikes, the count on Sagona. 2 away in the first. And Strayer's pitch is in for a called strike 3. Sagona could not believe it, but that will retire the side. Not before the Knights tag Kelsey Strayer for 3 runs in the opening inning on 3 base hits. And Queens will take a 3-0 lead to the bottom half of the first inning.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex where the Dolphins trail by 3 runs before they get their first turn at bat against Emma Wimmer. And for the Knights, they score 3 in the top half of the first inning on 3 base hits, helped along by 1 Dolphins error that brought home the 3rd run. As for the Knights' starting pitcher, Wimmer comes in with a team leading 13 appearances and 10 starts. She has thrown 8 complete games and has pitched to a whip of 1.56. That leads this Queens team. Her 4.33 ERA is good for second on the Knights pitching staff. Wimmer also has 2 saves, and in the team-leading 64 2/3, she's allowed 85 hits, 49 runs, 40 of those earned. She has walked 16 and struck out 40. Opposing batters hitting at .307 against her. A lot of work for Wimmer in the circle so far this year. And I do have the Dolphins lineup that she will face, beginning with their leadoff batter, Jacqueline Cateridge, who steps into the box right here. Behind Cateridge, Anissa Acosta, Samantha McPherson, Elizabeth Moore, Isabel Gallo, Layla Aponte, Mariah Carcano, Victoria Whalen, and Jessica Carrion. First pitch for Wimmer in this game on its way, and that's grounded over to short. Handled by Zumpole, and her throw over to first in time to retire Jacqueline Cateridge on 1 pitch for the first out.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 16, Anissa Acosta.
That will bring up Anissa Acosta. And I mentioned the numbers at the plate for Acosta on the season at the top of the broadcast. Leads the team in batting, OPS, hits, home runs, RBIs, slugging, and on-base percentage. And she looks at a called strike 1. Comes the 0-1 from Wimmer. And Acosta goes up the ladder after that fastball and swings straight through it for strike 2. Acosta in a 2-strike hole. Here comes the pitch from Wimmer. And that off-speed pitch misses off the outside corner for ball 1. Acosta, not an easy strikeout, has struck out just 7 times this year in 77 plate appearances. Wimmer taking her time ahead of this 1-2 pitch. And Acosta bloops it foul. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Acosta has been the Dolphins' leader at the plate and in the circle this year. But top to bottom, this Dolphins lineup produced all weekend long here at home. Struggled for most of Game 1 against Deauville, but for the 2 games against Malloy and Game 2 against the Saints, the Dolphin Bats got the job done. Count even on the Dolphins' first baseman Acosta at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And she hits one up in the air into shallow right field, and making the catch right on the edge of the infield dirt was Alvarado for the second out.
The third baseman, number 5, Samantha McPherson.
That will bring up Samantha McPherson. McPherson comes in hitting at .342. That's good for second on this Dolphins team. Her .830 OPS also good for second on the Dolphins, as well as her 25 hits, 15 RBIs, and .438 slugging percentage. McPherson's behind in the count here. No balls and 1 strike. And the pitch from Wimmer misses up and away. Along with Anissa Acosta, McPherson has started all 24 games for the Dolphins. That pair, 2 of 5 Dolphins with that distinction. And McPherson pops one up just beyond the infield dirt, and the catch is made by Zumpole for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the home half of the first. When we come back for inning number 2, CSI trails 3-0.
My dad
was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex where the Dolphins trail 3-0 at the start of the second inning. For the Knights, it will be 8, 9, and 1 due up. Papagiannopoulos, Zumpole, and Alvarado due up for Queens College in the road second. And for Kelsey Strayer, she'll be looking for a bounce-back inning in the circle after allowing 3 runs on 3 base hits in the first. That lone Dolphins error brought home the game's 3rd run and gave Queens a 3-0 lead with 2 outs in the opening inning. Papagiannopoulos comes in the 3rd leading hitter for this night's ball club, and she fouls back the first pitch she sees. The 0-1 pitch on its way from Kelsey Strayer, and that's fouled away. In the first inning, Strayer had 3 full counts and threw 34 pitches. She'll be looking for a much more efficient second inning, and quickly is ahead of Papagiannopoulos 0-2. And once again, that's fouled away. I mentioned it earlier, but Strayer doesn't have too many strikeouts on the season. Typically records outs in other ways. Just 24 strikeouts in 50 innings, as that misses downstairs for ball 1. One ball and 2 strikes the count on the Queens' third baseman. And Strayer misses down in the dirt for ball 2. Strayer was quickly ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Count now even at 2 on Papagiannopoulos. And that is fouled off the foot of the batter, and we'll try again, 2-2. Strayer's had a very tough time putting hitters away. This at bat no different. This will be pitch number 40 for the Dolphins right-hander, and it's taken up and away for ball 3. I think it's fair to say that putting hitters away has been the biggest issue for Strayer this year. And the payoff pitch is hit sharply on the ground. Backhanded by McPherson. Throw from her knees in time. What a play by Samantha McPherson. And that is the first out of the inning. And we will get another look at that in just a moment. I do apologize, as once again, I'm a one-man crew over here, but we'll get you a second look at that play right here. And McPherson knocked it down with the glove, kept it in front of her, did not have time to get to her feet, made the throw from her knees. And that retires Papagiannopoulos for the first out, as that's popped up in the air. And no play for the Dolphins along the left field line. Emma Zumpole is the batter. She's quickly behind 0-1 following that foul ball. And for Zumpole, she comes in hitting .236, 13 of 53. As I mentioned earlier, along with Sierra Alvarado, Zumpole is the only Knights player who has started all 22 games. Count now even on the Knights shortstop at 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch from Strayer is off the outside corner for ball 2. And once again, Strayer will be forced to work from behind in the count. This will be pitch number 45 for Strayer. And that's chopped toward the middle, and it got under Strayer's glove and into center field for a base hit. Emma Zumpole is on with a 1-out single, and it's back to the top of the order for the Knights with Sierra Alvarado. Alvarado is 0 for 1, struck out to start the game. And the first pitch catches the outside corner for a called strike. Zumpole, the runner over at first, has attempted 2 stolen bases on the year. She was successful once, as the batter, Alvarado, showed bunt on that pitch and took ball 1. Dolphins threw behind Zumpole, and she gets back in safely. One ball and 1 strike, the count on the Knights' second baseman. And the pitch from Strayer swung on and missed for strike 2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And that's hit well out to deep left center field. Carcano gives chase. Carrion is there, and she can't make the catch. It hits off her glove. Great effort by the Dolphins left fielder. Carrion as the runner is headed home. McPherson's throw to the plate in time, and Zumpole is tagged out. An interesting decision there to send the runner home. Zumpole is thrown out at the plate by McPherson. And that is big, as that is the second out of the inning. Credit Alvarado with a double. She advances on the throw. And Emma Wimmer is the batter. She takes a called strike. That was a very interesting play, as I did not see an opening there for Zumpole to score. The throw did trickle away from the cutoff just a bit, but McPherson was right on top of it. As the count evens up on Wimmer at 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1 is hit down the right field line. Fair ball, and that will chase home another run. It's an RBI single for Emma Wimmer, and the Knights now lead it 4-0.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 3, Danielle D'Angelo.
That will bring Danielle D'Angelo to the plate. And that base hit will bring Tracy Garofalo out of the Dolphins' dugout. And that will be all for Kelsey Strayer, as Alexis Miramontes will come into the game. So with that, we will take a quick break. When we come back, it is Miramontes to the circle for the College of Staten Island, with CSI trailing 4-0.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person, and we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach, and he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him, and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex where the Dolphins now trail by 4 runs after an RBI single from Emma Wimmer chased home the 4th run for Queens College. Danielle D'Angelo now steps to the plate and looks at a called strike 1. D'Angelo singled her first time up. The Knights now have 6 base hits in the game, and that is ripped foul. And D'Angelo is quickly in a 2-strike hole. Alexis Miramontes is the new Dolphins pitcher. She comes in having appeared in 15 games, including 8 starts. She comes in with a whip of .208 and an ERA of 6.64. In 39 innings, she's allowed 65 hits and 45 runs, 37 of those earned. She has walked 16 and struck out 18. Opposing batters hitting at .365 against her. Count 1-2 on the Knights center fielder D'Angelo. And Miramontes finds the zone for a called strike 3. And that will do it for the top half of the second, but not before Queens College adds one more. Our score now 4-1, heading to the home half of inning number 2.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins now trail by 4. Our score 4-0, heading to the bottom half of the second inning. Dolphins pitching has already surrendered 6 hits in this game. And the Knights have chased CSI starting pitcher Kelsey Strayer in favor of Alexis Miramontes. And Miramontes came in and made quick work of Danielle D'Angelo to bring the last inning to a close. 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Dolphins in the home second. Cleanup hitter Elizabeth Moore will get things started for the College of Staten Island. And that pitch is lofted out into left center field. And the catch is made on the run by Zumpole. Nice play by the Queens shortstop. And that is the first out in the bottom half of the second. That will bring Isabel Gallo to the plate. Gallo comes in hitting at .302, good for 4th on this Dolphins squad. She has started all 24 games for the Dolphins. She's behind in the count here, 0-1. And the pitch from Wimmer is taken high. One ball and one strike, the count on the Dolphins catcher. And that's taken on the outside corner for a called strike 2. As I mentioned, Gallo comes in 4th in batting. She's 5th in OPS, 3rd in RBIs with 9. 4th in slugging at .333 and 4th in on-base percentage at .375 as that pitch is fouled straight back. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Wimmer gets set to deliver, and the 1-2 sails up high. That last pitch, only the 15th for Emma Wimmer. Set the Dolphins down 1-2-3 in the first, and now she is 2/3 of the way there in the second as Gallo goes down swinging for the second out.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 10, Layla Aponte.
And Layla Aponte will be the batter. Aponte, along with Gallo, McPherson, Acosta, and Carcano. 5 Dolphins who have started every game, and Aponte is retired on 1 pitch. So just like the first, it is a quick second inning in the circle for Emma Wimmer. And with that 1-2-3 inning, the Knights will take a 4-0 advantage into the top half of the third.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet with the Dolphins trailing 4-0 at the start of inning number 3. Alexis Miramontes back to the circle for the College of Staten Island. She came on in relief of Kelsey Strayer during the previous inning after Strayer allowed 4 runs on 6 base hits. Disappointing outing for the Dolphins right-hander, coming off of very solid performances on both Saturday and Sunday. And Miramontes will look to keep this 4-run deficit right where it is. As for the Knights, it will be the middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6 due up in the road third.
Leading off for the Knights, the first baseman, number 37, Ann Grimshaw.
And Grimshaw will get things started for Queens College. She singled to left center in her first at-bat. And the pitch from Miramontes is blooped just beyond the infield, and that will fall for a leadoff single. Not the first time we've seen that today, as the Knights get the benefit of a bloop base hit off the end of the bat, and it drops into shallow center field for a leadoff single for the Knights cleanup hitter Grimshaw, and that will bring up Amanda Baez. And we're going to have a pinch runner here over at first base. And the pinch runner for the Knights will be Caroline Pescator. Pescator for Grimshaw over at first. Baez is the batter. She walked her first time up. 7 hits now in the game for Queens College. That in just 2 innings plus. And Baez way out in front of the off-speed pitch for strike 1. Good breaking ball from Miramontes. And Gallo will have a word with Miramontes. Amy Delmore having a word with Baez along the third base line as well. 0-1 the count on the Knights' right fielder. And the action resumes with an 0-1 pitch that is bunted. Gallo's throw is in time. Close play at first. And we'll slow it down and get another look, but that appeared to be the right call. It's a sacrifice bunt for Amanda Baez. And that will advance the runner to second, so Pescatore is now in scoring position as the pinch runner. And after this next pitch, we'll get a look at that bunt. That pitch is in for a called strike one to Jenny Murphy. Murphy reached on an error in her first at bat. A tough chance for Moore over at short, but a play she needed to make. Ball hit right at her. She tried to backhand it, and the ball deflected off for glove. As that pitch misses for ball one. Here's a quick look at that last bunt attempt. Speed it up just a bit here. And it's just so tough to see on the monitor, but hopefully if anyone's viewing full screen at home, it's a bit more clear. As I mentioned earlier, I do hope to get our second camera set up in time for Game 2. Typically that camera is dependent on the weather and can't ask for better weather than what we have today. So ahead of Game 2, we hope to have that second camera angle for you. Here comes the 1-2 to Murphy, and she reaches for that pitch, hits it slowly. Moore fields and throws out Murphy for the second out. Pescatore will advance to third.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 16, Marissa Sagona.
And that will leave it to Marissa Sagona. Sagona with a chance to give her team a 5-run lead. She struck out in her first at bat as that's hit straight to second. Aponte has it, and the throw to first is in time to record the final out of the inning. So the Knights do not score for the first time in this game as they are held scoreless in the road third. Dolphins trail 4-0 when we come back for the bottom half of inning number 3.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Bottom of the third inning about to get started from the CSI softball complex. The Dolphins trail by 4 runs as they kept Queens off of the scoreboard for the first time in the top half of this third inning. For the Dolphins, it will be 7, 8, and 9 due up. Carcano, Whalen, Carrion. As CSI looks to get into the hit column for the first time in this game. 4 runs on 7 hits, no errors for the Knights. No runs, no hits, 1 error for Staten Island. And the first pitch to Carcano is swung on and missed for strike 1. Carcano comes in hitting at .273. That's good for 5th on this Dolphins team. Her 21 hits are tied for 3rd in the Dolphins lineup, and she's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that's down and away. Wimmer breezed through the Dolphins lineup in both the first and second innings. through just 17 pitches. This pitch will be number 21, and that's lined through the middle for the first Dolphins hit. Mariah Carcano hit that one right back where it was pitched. And with that first base hit, Carcano also gives the Dolphins their first base runner. That will bring up Victoria Whalen. Whalen comes in just 1 of 21 on the season. And that pitch is fouled away. As you get another look at that base hit from Carcano right back up the middle. Here comes the 0-1, and that's in the dirt to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Carcano has good speed over at first. She leads the Dolphins in stolen bases with 6. Those coming on 6 attempts. So she has not been caught yet this season. Unlikely she's in motion with nobody out and the Dolphins trailing by 4. But she is certainly a candidate to score on an extra base hit. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins right fielder. And Whalen was out in front. She swings over the top of that off-speed pitch. And she is retired for out number 1.
Now batting the left fielder, number 20, Jessica Carrion.
That will bring Jessica Carrion to the plate. Carrion comes in 5 of 43 on the year. And she showed bunt and took a called strike 1. Carrion nearly made a great play out in left field earlier, on the run, sliding, attempting a basket catch, but the ball hit off of her glove. It was a tremendous effort, but that helped keep the first inning going for Queens. 1-1 the count on the Dolphins left fielder, and Carrion chops one to the right side and through for a base hit. Carcano will stop at second. And Jessica Carrion has a 1-out single. 2 hits in the inning for the Dolphins. And it's back to the top of the order with Jacqueline Cateridge. Cateridge is 0 for 1, grounded out in her first at-bat. Here's a look at that Carrion base hit. Carcano forced to stop. That ball was hit very slowly through the right side as Cateridge takes ball 1. And we've seen how patient of a hitter Jacqueline can be. Had a strong weekend at the plate against Malloy and D'Youville. Has become a fixture atop this Dolphins lineup these last few games as that's fouled straight back. Count even on the Dolphins' designated player at 1 ball and 1 strike. Carcano, the runner at second. Carrion, the runner at first. Anissa Acosta represents the tying run in the on-deck circle. And Cateridge fouls back another one.
Here we go.
Cateridge now behind 1-2. And the pitch from Wimmer is lined through the right side for another Dolphins hit. Carcano is held up at third. The throw is offline, but it is rescued nicely by Grimshaw. And the Dolphins now have the bases loaded with 1 out for Anissa Acosta. Dolphins turning things around at the plate quickly in this half inning. They now have 3 hits. And here's a look at that last base knock by Cateridge. Carcano took a Wimmer pitch up the middle. Carrion grounds one through the right side. Cateridge lines one through the right side. And that will prompt a conference in the circle for the Knights infield, perhaps discussing their plans with a ground ball in this spot. Undoubtedly CSI's most dangerous hitter, Anissa Acosta, steps into the box. She now represents the tying run at the plate. Acosta already has a grand slam here at home this year. And the pitch from Wimmer is off the outside corner for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And that finds the zone for a called strike. And that's a very important pitch right there for Wimmer. Can't afford to fall behind Acosta 2-0. And Wimmer was able to catch the corner there. Here comes the 1-1. And Acosta hits one out to right center field. This could be trouble. And ranging to her right to make the catch is Baez. All 3 runners will advance. Carcano comes in to score. It's a sacrifice fly for Anissa Acosta. And the Dolphins now trail 4-1.
Now batting the third baseman, number 5, Samantha McPherson.
That will bring Samantha McPherson to the plate. Not much of a drop-off from Acosta to McPherson, as McPherson was swinging a red-hot bat this weekend as well. And McPherson looks at ball 1. Just as was the case with Acosta, you don't want to fall behind McPherson 2-0. And that's exactly what Wimmer does right here. First base is open, but not much relief in the on-deck circle. Elizabeth Moore would be next if McPherson can keep the inning going. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that catches the inside corner. Wimmer not conceding this at-bat right here. Despite a tough inning in this third, Wimmer's only thrown 35 pitches. Here comes the 2-1. And that's chopped on the ground back toward the circle. Wimmer handles it, and her throw to first retires McPherson for the final out of the inning. But not before the Dolphins get 1 run back. They score a single run on 3 base hits and strand a pair. Our score now 4-1 Queens College, heading to the 4th inning.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins now trail by 3 runs as the 4th inning gets underway from the College of Staten Island. CSI with their first 3 hits of the game in the previous half inning, but they're only able to score once as they strand 2 in scoring position. A bases loaded sacrifice fly by Anissa Acosta scored the first Dolphins run, and then McPherson grounded out back to the circle with 2 on to bring the inning to a close. 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Knights in the top half of the 4th. Joy Papagiannopoulos is the batter. She's 0 for 1, grounded out her first time up, and she looks at ball 1. It was a quick 3rd inning in the circle for Miramontes. Threw less than 10 pitches to get through it. And her second pitch of this fourth inning is lined into center field for a base hit. That hit the 8th for the Knights. And Papagiannopoulos is on to lead off the fourth inning. Emma Zumpol will be the batter. Zumpol is 1 for 1, singled, but was thrown out at the plate trying to score on a base hit earlier in the game. Initially, it appeared as if either Zumpol or her third base coach thought the ball got away from the Dolphins' cutoff, but it didn't get away far enough, and McPherson threw Zumpol out at the plate. Count 0-1 on the Knights shortstop. Miramontes comes set, and the 0-1 pitch is on its way. And that's outside for ball one. Papagiannopoulos, the runner over at first base, is 0 for 3 on attempted stolen bases this year. And the 1-1 is grounded over to second. Aponte has it, flipped to Moore for 1, and that's all the Dolphins will get, as that ball was hit far too slowly to turn 2. 1 away now in the road fourth inning, as it appears we had some confusion on the base paths.
Now batting the second baseman, number 17, Sierra Alvarado.
Not sure what happened there, but nonetheless, there's 1 out in the inning, and Sierra Alvarado will be the batter. And the first pitch to the Knights' leadoff batter is in for a called strike 1. Alvarado is 1 for 2, struck out and doubled in 2 plate appearances. And the 0-1 pitch is taken for a called strike 2. Miramontes has done a good job attacking the strike zone since coming into the game. Strayer would get ahead, but then couldn't put hitters away. And that contributed to her early exit in this game, as Miramontes misses with that pitch for ball 1. With that last at bat, Zumpol traded places with Papagiannopoulos at first. And that misses for ball 2, but Zumpol on the season has attempted just 2 stolen bases and was successful 1 time. 2-2 the count on Alvarado, and that misses for ball 3. So after getting ahead, 0-2, Miramontes has now run the count full. We'll see if they send Zumpol here. She is not running, and that pitch is fouled back. Miramontes thus far has thrown 5 balls and 15 strikes. 3 of those balls coming in this at-bat. She has not been shy about challenging these Knights hitters. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that's grounded foul. For the most part, these Queens hitters really making Dolphins pitching work. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes on Alvarado as she looks to reach base for the second time in this game. Another 3-2 pitch is fouled back yet again. This next pitch will be the 9th of the at-bat for Alvarado. Here comes another 3-2, and that is ripped foul. And with each pitch, Alvarado getting another chance to size up Miramontes. She was right on that ball, but was a bit out in front. Here comes pitch number 10 of the at-bat. And once again, that's grounded foul. We will try again, 3-2. Paul has not moved over at first base. Looks like her first base coach just whispered something in her ear. Could be running on this one. We'll see. And she got a running start as that's fouled away. Wasn't really running like she meant it, though. A couple of half-hearted strides towards second. As once again, we will have a 3-2 pitch upcoming. Alvarado has now fouled back 6 straight. And that pitch is lined over the glove of McPherson and into left field. So after a lengthy battle that spanned 12 pitches, Sierra Alvarado is on with a base hit. And now the Knights have 2 on, 1 out. That hit is the 9th of the game for Queens College, and Emma Wimmer will be the batter. Wimmer is 2 for 2, has already singled twice in this game. And she offers at the first pitch and fouls it away. So much for the quick third inning for Miramontes. She is being worked here in the 4th. And the 0-1 pitch misses high. Or at least I thought so, as I believe the umpire just signaled 0-2. And that misses. So that will be ball 1. One and 2 the count on the Knights pitcher. And Miramontes is able to catch the outside corner. That is strike 3 called. So with that level of emphasis on the strike 3 call, not surprising that I missed the other strike. As Miramontes picks up a big strikeout. That is the 2nd out of the inning. That will bring Danielle D'Angelo to the plate, the Knights' 3rd place hitter. She comes up with 2 on and 2 out as she looks at a called strike 1. D'Angelo is 1 for 2 in the game, has singled and struck out. Miramontes looking to keep this a 3-run game. The Knights looking to add to their lead as that's taken down and away by D'Angelo. Miramontes now up over 30 pitches. And that's lined hard towards second. Played on a hop by Aponte. And she throws out D'Angelo for the final out of the inning. Nicely done by the Dolphins' second baseman. And we will head to the bottom half of the 4th inning with the Dolphins trailing 4-1 here on the ECC Network.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back for the bottom half of the fourth inning. The Dolphins trail by 3 runs. And Elizabeth Moore will get things started for the Dolphins in the home half of the fourth inning. The Dolphins finally cracked into the hit column during the previous inning, had the bases loaded with 1 out, but were only able to score 1 run. Moore is 0 for 1 at the plate, and she is now 1 for 2 as that's grounded through the middle for a leadoff hit. Just like that, the Dolphins have their 4th hit of the game and a leadoff base runner, Isabel Gallo, coming to the plate.
Isabel Gallo.
Gallo is 0 for 1, struck out her first time up. Here's a quick look at that base hit by Elizabeth Moore. Just as Moore was in her at-bat, Gallo looking to reach for the first time right here, and that's fouled back. That last pitch put Wimmer up over 40 for the game. Here comes number 42, and that misses high. Gallo gets the signs from Tracy Garofalo in the third base coaching box. And the 1-1 pitch is lofted on the infield, and the catch is made at short by Zumpole for the first out. 1 away now in the home 4th, and Layla Aponte will be the batter.
Now batting for the Dolphins, the second baseman, number 10, Layla Aponte.
Aponte is 0 for 1, grounded out to the circle her first time up. Made a great play over at second to bring the last half inning to a close, and arguably kept this game 4-1, as if that ball got through, the Knights likely would have scored their 5th run. Count 0-1 on the Dolphins' second baseman, and that's fouled away. And Aponte is quickly in a 2-strike hole. This game, of course, the first of 2 between the Dolphins and the Knights on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon here at the College of Staten Island. Here comes the 2-strike pitch from Wimmer, and that skips in. It got away, and that allows Moore to advance to second. That will go down as a wild pitch. That one bounced well before Christina Varuso behind the plate had a chance to block it. And the Dolphins now have a runner in scoring position with 1 out. And the pitch is grounded to second, fielded cleanly by Alvarado, and Aponte is thrown out for the second out of the inning. Moore moves up to third, and with that, it will be left to Mariah Carcano.
Number 3, Mariah Carcano.
Carcano picked up the Dolphins' first base hit of the game last time she came to the plate. That at-bat opened up the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Carcano also scored the Dolphins' lone run, and she has now driven in a run, as that's a base hit to straightaway left. And Carcano has made this a 2-run game. Our score now 4-2. A great start to Carcano's day. She's now 2 for 2, runs scored, and an RBI. And here's another look at that last swing by the Dolphins center fielder to make this a 2-run game. Victoria Whalen, the batter, as Carcano is running, and she easily steals second base. Not a good swing by Whalen at that first pitch. She's now behind 0-1. Comes the 0-1 pitch, and that's downstairs. Comes the 1-1 from Wimmer, and that's up high. If Whalen can keep the inning going, Jessica Carrion would be next. Carrion singled her first time up. Whalen at the plate is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. A base hit should score Carcano from second, and Whalen takes strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Carcano stands on second. And the pitch to Whalen is taken for ball 3. Full count on the Dolphins' right fielder, as CSI looks to keep the inning going. They've gotten halfway back. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that's swung on and missed by Whalen for strike 3. So the Dolphins will settle for just 1 run, but they have cut the Knights' lead in half. CSI trailed 4-0 through 2. They are halfway back. Our score 4-2 through 4 from the CSI softball complex.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
Car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island, where the Dolphins have gotten halfway back in this game. They trailed 4-0. Our score now 4-2 after the Dolphins scored once in each of the last 2 innings. Middle of the order for the Knights to up 4, 5, and 6. And Grimshaw is the batter. She was pinch run for earlier, but re-entered the game. And the count is even on the Knights' first baseman at 1 ball and 1 strike. 4 runs on 9 hits for the Knights, 2 runs on 5 hits, and 1 error for the Dolphins, as that pitch is fouled away. The Dolphins went to their bullpen early in this game. Kelsey Strayer was removed in the 2nd inning. And Alexis Miramontes has done a good job of righting the ship since. 1-2 from Miramontes is fouled back. Grimshaw just got a piece there. The first 6 Knights hits came against Strayer, the last 3 against Miramontes. Miramontes in search of the first out here in the 5th, and that won't do it as that sails straight to the backstop. Bit of a smile in the circle there from Miramontes. Her teammates had some fun with that one from the dugout. 2-2 the count on Grimshaw. Grimshaw's 2 for 2 in this game. Couple of singles and 2 at-bats. And that's chopped to the right side. Aponte calls off Acosta, and the flip is in time to retire Grimshaw for out number 1.
Now batting the right fielder, number 20, Amanda Baez.
That will bring Amanda Baez to the plate. Baez, without an official at-bat, has walked and laid down a sacrifice bunt. Miramontes looks in. And the first pitch of the at-bat misses just high for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0. And that's hit hard on the ground, and it hops right over the glove of Moore and into center field for what will be the second CSI error. And that's the second time that Moore has had a ball hit to shortstop. Had she tried to play a bit awkwardly. And that cost her the play in that spot. She didn't get in front of it. And we'll get a quick look at it in just a moment. As I mentioned, that error, the second in the game for the Dolphins, both charged to Moore. And we'll slow it down. Once again, I do apologize. It might be a little tough to see. But here it is. As Moore failed to get in front of that ball. The batter is Jenny Murphy. She's ahead in the count 1-0 as the Dolphins did throw behind the runner. Baez over at first base following that one pitch to Murphy at the plate. And that's on the outside corner for a called strike 1. One and one the count on the night's designated player. And that's grounded to third. Chance for 2. McPherson to Aponte for 1. Throw to first in time for the 5-4-3 double play. And just like that, the top half of the 5th inning comes to a close. The Dolphins still trail 4-2.
Car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins trail by 2 runs as we enter the bottom half of the 5th inning. 9-1-2 due up for the College of Staten Island against Emma Wimmer, who has pitched very well in this game so far. Wimmer looking to keep her team ahead by 2. The Dolphins hoping to scratch out at least one more. They have scored 1 in each of the last 2 innings after falling behind 4-0 early. Count 0-1 on carry on, and that's taken for a called strike 2. Carrion singled her first time up on a ground ball through the right side, and she is quickly retired on 3 pitches to open up the home 5th.
Now batting, the designated player, number 14, Jacqueline Cateridge.
That will bring up Jacqueline Cateridge. Cateridge grounded out to short her first time, singled through the right side her second time up. Her single in her second plate appearance loaded the bases at the time, and the Dolphins were only able to cash in 1 run. Here comes the 0-1, and that sails way upstairs. Comes the 1-1, and that's fouled straight back. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Dolphins' designated player. Anissa Acosta would be next. And will be next with 1 out as Cateridge looks at a called strike 3. Quickly 2 away here in the bottom half of the 5th. And that will bring Anissa Acosta to the plate with the bases empty. Acosta is officially 0 for 1, flew out on the infield her first time up and hit a sacrifice fly her last time. And if you're the Knights, this is exactly the spot that you want to face Acosta in. 2 outs, bases empty. And Wimmer quickly gets ahead of the Dolphins' first baseman, 0-2. Comes the 0-2 pitch. And that's grounded weakly to third, foul ball. Home plate umpire right on top of it. And Wimmer will get another chance for her 6th strikeout. Here comes another 0-2 pitch. And that's fouled straight back by Acosta. Power versus power right there, as it looked like Wimmer put a bit extra on that pitch. Another 0-2 pitch on its way. And Acosta grounds it to third. It's knocked down by Papagiannopoulos, but her throw is not in time. And that will likely go down as an error for the Knights.
Now batting, the third baseman, number 5, Samantha McNichol.
Queen's third baseman needed to be perfect on that play to record the out, and she was not. That ball was hit hard, but Papagiannopoulos was right in front of it. That will give Samantha McPherson a chance as the tying run at the plate. And that's it out to straightaway right. But coming in to make the catch is Baez for the final out of the inning. So a 2-out error does not hurt the Knights, and the Dolphins remain behind by 2 heading to the 6th.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. The Dolphins still trailing by 2 runs, and they are now down to their final 6 outs. But before the Dolphins can come to the plate again, it will be the Knights coming to bat here in the top half of the 6th inning. Bottom of the order for Queens, 7, 8, and 9 due up. Sagona, Papagiannopoulos, and Zumpol.
For the Knights, the pinch hitter, number 11, Mariah Salvato.
And I believe we have a pinch hitter for the Knights, so I'll have to update that on my stats. Mariah Salvato will be the batter. So Salvato for Sagona here in the top half of the 6th inning. Salvato comes in with just 13 at-bats this year, has 2 base hits. I believe we also have a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle for the Knights as well, so we'll get a look at a couple of different Knights that we haven't seen yet in this game here in the 6th. Miramontes back to the circle for the Dolphins. She has been very strong in relief of Kelsey Strayer, has not allowed a run. She scattered 3 base hits across her outing. And she quickly falls behind Salvato 1-0. And the 1-0 pitch is grounded to first, handled by Acosta, and there's quickly 1 out in the inning. Acosta proving to be very sure-handed at first base. Made a really nice play over the weekend where she knocked the ball down. It looked as if she may have lost the play, but was able to recover, get up, sprint toward the bag, and dive for first base, making contact in time to record the out on that particular play. She handled that hard-hit grounder very easily right there. Riley O'Connor, the pinch hitter for the Knights, in place of Joy Papagiannopoulos. For O'Connor, this at-bat is just her 9th. And she's quickly ahead 2-0. O'Connor hitless in her first 8 plate appearances of the season. She'll get a look at a 2-0 pitch right here. Good hitters count. And that catches the zone for a called strike 1. Looking ahead to the bottom half of the inning, middle of the Dolphins' order, 4, 5, and 6 due up. And the 2-1 is a good off-speed pitch from Miramontes. And O'Connor was way out in front. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count on the Knights' pinch hitter. And the pitch from Miramontes is in for a called strike 3. And with that, Miramontes has now picked up strikeout number 4. Emma Zumpol will be the batter. Zumpol is 1 for 2, singled and reached on a fielder's choice. And that's it on the ground to second. Another chance for Aponte, but she can't make the play. And for the Dolphins, that will be error number 3 in the game.
Now batting the second baseman, number 17, Sierra Alvarado.
Back to the top of the order for Queens. Sierra Alvarado will be the batter. Alvarado 2 for 3, has singled, doubled, and struck out in the game. That pitch is in for a called strike 1. Here's another look at that last error by Aponte. And we've seen quite a few miscues in the field so far. 4 errors combined between the 2 teams. And that's fouled away, so Miramontes quickly gets ahead of Alvarado 0-2. But if you're the Dolphins ahead of Game 2 in this doubleheader, the play in the field is certainly something they need to clean up. An error already cost CSI 1 run in this game. That pitch misses outside. And right now, that one run looming large. A big difference between a 2-run deficit and a 1-run deficit with just 6 outs to play with. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And there's another good off-speed pitch from Miramontes, and she has another strikeout. Alvarado goes down swinging, and that will bring the top half of the 6th inning to a close. The Dolphins trailing 4-2. We head to the bottom of the 6th.
Car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And we're back for the bottom half of the 6th inning. Time running out on the Dolphins in this game. They have 6 outs to play with, trailing by a pair. For CSI, it will be the middle of the batting order. 4, 5, and 6 due up. Moore, Gallo, Aponte. And once again, they will face Emma Wimmer, who returns to the circle, having pitched very well. She's allowed 2 runs on just 5 base hits in the game. And Elizabeth Moore will get the first look at Wimmer here in the home 6th. Moore is 1 for 2 in the game. She flew out her first time up and singled up the middle her last time. Dolphins need just 1 base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. And the count is even on Moore at 1 ball and 1 strike. Chance of 2-3 from the Dolphins dugout in support of their shortstop. Here comes the 1-1, and that skips in for ball 2. Moore ahead in the count here, 2 balls and 1 strike. It's a big pitch for Wimmer. And Moore hits it on the ground to third. And the new third baseman is Riley O'Connor. She stays in for Papagiannopoulos. And Moore is retired on the ground out for out number 1.
Number 2, Isabel Gallo.
So it appears as if both pinch hitters for the Knights during that last half inning have remained in the game. That would mean Salvato is in left and O'Connor is at third as Gallo fouls that pitch away. Gallo is 0 for 2. Struck out and flew out in 2 at-bats so far. She's behind here, 0-1. And Wimmer's pitch is in for a letter-high strike. To the count on the Dolphins catcher, and Gallo chased the pitch way downstairs, but was able to ground it foul and stay alive. Layla Aponte stands in the on-deck circle. If Gallo can somehow get on, she would be the tying run at the plate. And the 0-2 misses. The Gallo continues to battle. The count now 1-2. Wimmer now at 75 pitches. And the 1-2 is hit out to straightaway center, and D'Angelo makes the catch on the run for the second out.
Now batting the second baseman, number 10, Layla Aponte.
So Layla Aponte will bat with the bases empty. Aponte has grounded out twice in this game. Dolphins still stuck on 5 hits. 3 of those came in the third inning. And Aponte fouls that pitch away. Taking a look back to the weekend in CSI's last game against D'Youville, where they scored 7 runs, they had 10 hits against what has all season been a tremendous Saints pitching staff. Aponte now in a 2-strike hole here. And that's hit right back to the circle. Wimmer has it, and she throws out Aponte for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins will trail by 2 runs heading to the 7th. Our score remains 4-2. More ECC softball after this break.
You Know 'Em Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know 'Em Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know 'Em Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know 'Em Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know 'Em Right.
And we're back for the 7th inning with the Dolphins trailing 4-2. Alexis Miramontes will look to keep this 2-run deficit right where it is and give her team a chance in the bottom half of the 7th. Emma Wimmer leads things off for the Knights here in the road 7th, and the count is even on the Queens pitcher at 1 ball and 1 strike. Wimmer is 2 for 3 at the plate, has singled twice and struck out, and she now has herself a 3 for 4 game. That hit puts Queens into double digits with 10. And Danielle D'Angelo will be the batter. Here's a look at that last Wimmer base hit as she reaches for the 3rd time. D'Angelo's 1 for 3 at the plate, has singled, struck out, and grounded out. And she hits one weakly to short. Moore waits for it and wisely goes the short way to second base for the first out. So D'Angelo and Wimmer trade places over at first. And there's one away in the inning. That will bring Ann Grimshaw to the plate. And that's fouled away. Grimshaw is 2 for 3. Like Wimmer, she has also singled twice. Has also grounded out. 0-1 the count on the Knights' first baseman. And the pitch from Miramontes is taken low. Heading to the break, I was talking about this Dolphins offense and what they've done over the last few games. I mentioned a 7-run, 10-hit performance against D'Youville on Sunday. They only managed 1 run on 4 hits in Game 1, but really picked it up late in that game. In Game 2 against Malloy, on Saturday, they scored 2 runs on 5 hits. That's exactly where they are right now. But in Game 1, they scored a season-high 11 runs on 14 base hits. So things appeared promising following the doubleheaders on Saturday and Sunday, as that's blooped into the glove of Aponte. Her throw to first, not in time. Good base running by D'Angelo, who went about halfway and was able to get back easily.
Now batting the right fielder, number 20, Amanda Baez.
2 away now, and Amanda Baez will be the batter. Baez is 0 for 1 at the plate officially, has walked, laid down a sacrifice bunt, and reached on an error. And the first pitch she sees is swung on and missed for strike 1. And Miramontes has thrown a great off-speed pitch in this game. That one dropped right under the bat of Baez. The Knights right fielder behind 0-1. And the pitch from Miramontes is on its way. That's chopped on the ground through the left side. And the Knights now have their 11th hit of the game. That will put 2 on with 2 outs. And it looks like we're going to have another pinch hitter.
Now batting the designated player, number 24, Alyssa Wilkinson.
And it will be Alyssa Wilkinson coming to the plate. Now, she was announced as the designated player, so she must have already been in the game. That change must have been passed to the stats desk earlier. I did not receive that change, so Wilkinson is the batter. And she swings through that first pitch for strike 1. Wilkinson comes in 3 of 23 at the plate this year. And she takes low for ball 1. An RBI in this spot for Wilkinson would be her first of the season. Count even at 1-1, and the pitch from Miramontes is once again blooped beyond the infield, and that will fall for a base hit. And the tough luck continues for the Dolphins, as that is the 3rd time today the Knights have blooped a single just beyond the infield and in front of Carcano in center. And here's another look at it. The tough breaks continue for CSI. They now trail by 3. And the first pitch to Mariah Salvato misses up and in for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's grounded through the left side for another base hit. In to score the 6th Knights run is Baez, and back-to-back 2-out singles have put Queens ahead of CSI 6-2.
Now batting the 3rd baseman, number 8, Riley O'Connor.
That will bring Riley O'Connor to the plate, as Queens has now broken this game open. They lead by 4 runs. And here's the reason why right here. That was a shot through the left side. Riley O'Connor is now the batter. She's ahead 1-0 in the count. And that's in for a called strike. O'Connor struck out her first time up. And that misses for ball 2. Bottom of the Dolphins order due up in the home half of the 7th. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Dolphins. CSI has now been out-hit 12-5 in this game. They've committed 3 errors, one of which allowed a run to score. And for the first time in this game, the Knights have gotten to Miramontes. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on for the Knights, as that misses up and away for ball 3. So count is now full on O'Connor. Both Wilkinson and Salvato will get a head start on the base paths. An extra base hit could easily score 2 runs in this spot. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that's grounded toward the middle and through for another Queens base hit. 1 run is in to score. The throw goes to third, and it's an RBI single for Riley O'Connor, and the Knights now lead it 7-2.
Now batting the shortstop, number 6, Emma Zuko.
Miramontes simply cannot get the third out right now. It all started with a tough luck bloop single, and the Knights have taken full advantage of that good fortune. They've piled it on since. Here's a look at that last RBI hit for O'Connor. Emma Zumpole will be the batter. And she takes up high for ball 1. Zumpole is 1 for 3 in the game. She singled, reached on a fielder's choice, and reached on an error. Has a chance here to make this a 6-run game as she takes ball 2. Hitters count 2-0. And Zumpole looks at a strike. And the 2-1 is lined straight into the glove of Aponte for the final out of the inning. But not before the Knights add 3 runs. They now have 13 hits in the game, and they lead CSI by a score of 7-2, heading to the bottom half of the 7th inning.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Bottom half of the 7th inning about to get started from the CSI softball complex. The Dolphins entered this inning trailing by 2. They now trail by 5 after a 3 spot from Queens College in the road 7th. As I mentioned during the previous half inning, It is the bottom third of the Dolphins order due up 7, 8, 9. Carcano, Whalen, and Carry-On set to face Emma Wimmer, who is looking to go the distance in this game. And for Wimmer, that would be the 9th time this season she has thrown a complete game. Wimmer is also in line to pick up her first victory in the circle. For the Knights, the win would be just their 3rd of the season. They came in 2-20. Both of their 2 wins have come in conference play. And this win would be their 3rd against the ECC this season and would move them to 3-8 against conference opponents. Here comes the 1-1 to Carcano, and that is lofted into the glove of a diving Salvato in left field. What a play. And it looks like we had another change in the field. That was not passed to me, so I do apologize. In left field, that is Marissa Sagona, who is back into the game. So a tremendous play by Sagona. Sagona re-entered. Papagiannopoulos did not. So Sagona was pinch hit for, did re-enter the game in left field. And Avery Mockery will get an at-bat for the Dolphins in this spot. Mockery pinch hits for Victoria Whalen. Avery comes in hitting at .225, 9 of 40 on the year. She is top 6 on this team in on-base percentage at .340 with an OPS of .590. Mockery behind in the count, 0-1. And the pitch from Wimmer just missed. One ball and one strike, the count on Mockery. And that pitch is fouled off her left foot. She's now behind 1-2. Wimmer is looking for her 6th strikeout once again, and that's fouled away. Mockery stays alive. Mockery's drawn 7 walks on the season in just 40 at-bats. Has shown a good ability to work the count. Not an easy out by any means. Here comes the 1-2, and that's taken up high. And that's something we've seen quite a bit from the bottom of the Dolphins order as a whole. Whalen, Mockery, Carry-On. They don't give away pitches and are typically very tough outs. And the 2-2 is down in the dirt for ball 3, so Mockery has run the count full. And will certainly not be giving away an at-bat here, even in a 5-run game. Chance of base hit, ball 4 from the Dolphins dugout. And that one is hit just beyond the infield dirt, and the catch is made by Alvarado for the 2nd out. Good battle for Mockery, who is retired. And with the Dolphins down to their final out, it will be left to Jessica Carry-On. Carry-On is 1 for 2 in the game, has singled and struck out. Emma Wimmer still under 90 pitches, and that's a weak swing by Carry-On for strike 1. A chance to go the distance and to do so efficiently for the Knights right-hander. Here comes the 0-1, and that's taken high. Once again, this game the first of 2. Game 2 will get started approximately 20 to 30 minutes following the conclusion of Game 1. You can catch that game right here, same stream, same place, on the ECC network. And the Dolphins are now down to their final strike. The Dolphins had to come into today's doubleheader with a lot of confidence following their performance this weekend. And to drop one to a conference rival like this, certainly disappointing as Wimmer strikes out Carry-On to bring this ball game to a close. The Dolphins fall in Game 1 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader against the Queens College Knights. Our final score 7-2 as CSI loses for the second time in their last 5 games. The Dolphins overall fall to 8-17 on the season. The Knights improve to 3-20. And once again, you can catch Game 2 of today's doubleheader right back here on this stream. Do not look for a second stream. We will be keeping it live right here, same stream on the ECC network. And before I step away, ahead of the start of Game 2, I'll give you some standouts from Game 1. For the Dolphins, it was a 2-hit game for Mariah Carcano. No other Dolphin had more than a single base hit. Carcano also drove in a run and scored a run for CSI. She was right in the middle of what the Dolphins did offensively in this game. But for the Knights, Emma Wimmer not only earns the win in a complete game effort in the circle, but she had 3 base hits in 4 at-bats, drove in a run, and Grimshaw drove in 2 runs. Riley O'Connor drove in a run. And for O'Connor, if I'm not mistaken, that base hit, which scored a Knights run, was her first of the season. So a big moment for O'Connor late in that game. And for the Knights, a big win against their CUNY rival. They defeat the Dolphins by a final score of 7-2. And you see it up on your screen, the final line in this game for the Knights. 7 runs on 13 hits and 1 error. For the Knights, for the Dolphins, I should say, 2 runs on just 5 hits and 3 errors. So with that, I will step aside for the next 20 to 25 minutes. And when you hear the sound of my voice again, it is time to start Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the Dolphins and the Knights. And welcome back inside the CSI softball complex for Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the College of Staten Island Dolphins and the Queens College Knights. Once again, this is Joe Foreman. I will be solo on the call once again, bringing you all the action live from behind home plate during Game 2 of today's doubleheader. And we are set to get underway as Anissa Acosta delivers the game's first pitch up and away to Sierra Alvarado. Alvarado also led off in Game 1 for the Knights. That game a victory for Queens College, 7-2, our final score in that game. Count 2-0 on the Knights' second baseman. In just a moment, I'll have the numbers on Acosta as she finds the inside corner with that pitch. Acosta comes in, having appeared in 11 games, including 4 starts. She has 2 complete games and has pitched to a 5-5 record with a 2.72 ERA. She has a whip of 1.64. In 46 1/3, she's allowed 48 hits, 22 runs, 18 of those earned. She's walked 28 and struck out 24. She's behind Alvarado, 3-1 here, and that pitch misses for ball 4. So Acosta, who comes in having walked 28 in 46 1/3, has quickly issued her first free pass of the game. And Ariana Fraccioni will be the batter. Fraccioni did not play in Game 1. And she takes a called strike. Fraccioni comes in with just 10 at-bats on the season. 1 base hit in those 10 plate appearances. And the 0-1 is in for a called strike 2. So the Knights starting pitcher quickly in a 2-strike hole. And Acosta looked to set down her counterpart quickly. And that swung on and missed for strike 3. So Acosta makes quick work of Fraccioni for the game's first out. And Danielle D'Angelo will be the batter. Alvarado, the runner at first with 1 out. And Acosta's first pitch to D'Angelo misses outside. And they'll check on the runner. Throw back to the bag, not in time. Comes the 1-0 pitch. And that pitch misses for ball 2. So D'Angelo ahead here, 2-0. We saw what she could do at the plate during Game 1. And Acosta gets her to chase way out of the zone. And the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Once again, I do apologize for not having the batter's camera available to me today, but as a one-man crew, I didn't have time to set it up ahead of Game 1, and we scrambled to get lineups input ahead of Game 2, and now a very unorthodox play as the batter, D'Angelo, thought she was hit by the pitch. The home plate umpire said no. The Dolphins threw behind the runner at first. And everyone appears confused now. That was ball 3, so D'Angelo claimed she was hit. Amy Delmore believed she was hit. The home plate umpire never agreed with that sentiment. And caught between first and second was Alvarado. It was a poor throw back to first. But it would have been very interesting to see what would have happened had she been tagged out, as D'Angelo hits one hard through the middle, and the throw got away, allowing both runners to advance one extra base. So with that, the Knights now have 2 in scoring position. Just 1 out, and their cleanup hitter, and Grimshaw, will be the batter. So the Dolphins will pick up their first error on the throw. And Grimshaw looks at that pitch, down and in for ball 1. Grimshaw drove in 2 runs in the first inning of the early game. A chance to do the same right here. And the 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. I'm not sure who's going to be charged with that error on the throw in. We'll have to check the official scoring as Grimshaw looks at that pitch outside for ball 2. But once again, the Dolphins with a defensive miscue, and in that spot, it could prove costly. Grimshaw now ahead 2-1, and she takes ball 3. Three and 1 the count on the Knights' first baseman. First base is open in this spot. And the pitch from Acosta is taken for a called strike 2. Count on Grimshaw is now full. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that's popped up foul. So I'll get the scoring on that error right now. And we'll share it following this next pitch. Here comes another 3-2 from Acosta. And that sails up and away for ball 4. So Acosta has now issued 2 walks in the inning. And the bases are loaded with Amanda Baez coming to the plate. Well, unfortunately, it does not appear as if our live stats are up and running, so I can't get the official scoring. We'll take care of that during the break. But for anyone following live stats, once again, I will address that during our next break. Bases loaded for the Knights. Amanda Baez, the batter, and a chance for Queens to jump out to an early lead for the second straight game. And Acosta catches the inside corner with the first pitch for strike 1. I've spoken about it several times already this year. The Achilles heel for Acosta has been the walk. She's already issued 2 of those here in this first inning. Here comes the 0-1, and that's up and away. Well, the good news about our live stats not being up and running is I have the numbers from game 1. Baez was officially 1 for 2 in the early game, and she takes a called strike 2. Acosta working from ahead in the count on Baez, 1 ball and 2 strikes. She's looking for a big second out. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And Baez just got a piece. Good defensive swing there to stay alive. We'll see another 1-2 pitch upcoming. Kelsey Strayer warming up in the Dolphins bullpen. And that pitch is hit back to the circle. Acosta fields. She comes home with it. And they record the force out at the plate. The bases remain loaded. And there are now 2 outs. That play nicely handled by the Dolphins pitcher. And Alyssa Wilkinson will come to the plate. Wilkinson went 1 for 2 in game 1. And she takes a called strike. Here's a quick look at that last play at the plate. We'll take that look following this next pitch as that's lined into right center, but Ponte gets the glove up and makes the catch. She was positioned perfectly for the third out of the inning, and the Dolphins are able to escape the first inning unscathed. They keep Queens off of the scoreboard, and we head to the bottom half of inning number 1 with no score.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back from the CSI Softball Complex where the Dolphins and Knights are scoreless heading to the bottom half of the first inning. For the Knights, they threatened, had the bases loaded in the previous half inning, but a good job by Anissa Acosta and the Dolphins defense to escape that first inning unscored upon. Mariah Carcano will lead things off for the Dolphins here in game 2. And I'll get you the entire CSI lineup following this pitch. And Carcano takes out of the zone for ball 1. Behind Carcano, Acosta, McPherson, Moore, Cateridge, Gallo, Mockery, Aponte, and Carrion. And that's hit softly on the ground to the left side, handled by Zumpol, who throws out Carcano for the first out.
Number 16, the designated player.
That will bring Anissa Acosta to the plate. Now, as I mentioned before, I am a one-man crew today, and that is due in large part to the absence of our good friends Louis Matrone and Nick Bavona. They are enjoying a New York Yankees game tonight, but I did promise them a shout-out, so hopefully they're listening. Louis, Nick, you are not forgotten, though you are absent. And we expect them both back on Friday. And Acosta hits one sharply on the ground to the right side, and it's handled easily by Grimshaw for out number 2. Right now, it appears the plan for Friday will be Nick and I on the call for game 1, and Andrew and I on the call for game 2. Those plans subject to change, so don't hold me to it, but that's what it looks like right now for Friday. And then after that, we are off the air for 8 days. Friday will be our last softball broadcast until April 30th. So the Dolphins will go about 2 weeks without a home game ahead of Senior Day at the end of the month. Samantha McPherson, the batter, and the count is even on the Dolphins' third baseman at 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's chopped on the ground to first, foul ball. And McPherson's now behind 1 and 2. McPherson awaits the 1-2 pitch. And that is ripped off the glove of O'Connor and into left field. And the Dolphins have their first base hit of the game. That was some shot by McPherson. O'Connor was positioned perfectly, got a glove on it, and that ball hardly lost any velocity, as that was a rope into left field from McPherson. And more hits went on the ground to second. That's handled by Alvarado, and that will be the third out of the inning. So the Dolphins do pick up their first hit of the game. They strand one. Our score through one, 0-0 between the Dolphins and the Knights.
You Know 'em Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know 'em Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know 'em Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know 'em Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know 'em Right.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island, where we are scoreless at the start of the second inning. Bottom third of the order, 7, 8, 9 due up for the Knights. Marissa Sagona gets things started, and she's behind in the count 0-1. And Acosta misses with that pitch just outside. Both teams with one base hit up on the scoreboard. The Dolphins committed a first inning error. That did not come back to bite them, as Anissa Acosta did a great job to escape trouble in the first. And she finds the zone with that pitch for strike two. One and two, the count on Sagona. And Acosta's pitch is chased out of the zone for strike three. Acosta has shown the ability to get these Knights hitters to go up the ladder after that fastball. And she has the strikeout. That's her second of the game. Riley O'Connor will be the batter. O'Connor came in off the bench in game one, picked up an RBI hit late in that game. Part of that three-run seventh inning for the Knights. She's behind 0-1, and the pitch from Acosta misses high. Here comes Acosta's 1-1, and that misses low. Acosta worked hard in the first inning. She's now up to 32 pitches. 14 of those have been out of the strike zone. Here comes her 2-1 pitch. And that's chopped on the ground to short, handled by Moore. And her throw is in time for the second out. 2 away now. In the road second. And Emma Zumpol will be the batter. Acosta looking for a 1-2-3 inning here after working very hard through the first. And the pitch to Zumpole misses for ball one. Zumpole, a left-handed hitter. Gets the start at shortstop in this game for the Knights, and she takes out of the zone for ball two. In contrast to Acosta, who's now thrown 36 pitches with that last one, and that's ball three. In contrast to Acosta, Fraccioni threw just 8 pitches in the first. 7 of those for strikes. Acosta behind Zumpole 3-0, and she's hit by the pitch. She is definitely in a great deal of discomfort after that one. Right off the elbow.
The second baseman, number 17, Sierra Alvarado.
Back to the top of the order for the Knights, and Sierra Alvarado will be the batter. Alvarado walked her first time up. And Zumpole is shaken up enough that she's now making her way down the right field line. She got caught right on the elbow, and the trainer will come out of the dugout. So the action will take a brief break here as they check on Zumpole over at first. As for Acosta, she's now issued 3 free passes in the game, has walked 2 and hit a batter. That along with the 1 base hit she's allowed. So already 4 base runners. Queens College in this game, and they are still checking on Zumpole over at first base. Make no mistake about it, Acosta throws hard, so there's no doubt that didn't feel good. Excuse the double negative on my part as the action is ready to resume. Alvarado is the batter. Runner on first is Zumpole. And there are 2 away in the top half of the second. Pitch from Acosta on its way, and that catches the outside corner for strike 1. Comes the 0-1. And that's on the outside corner for a called strike 2. Acosta 1 strike away from 2 scoreless. Alvarado will try and keep the inning going. Here comes the 2-strike pitch. And that's downstairs. One ball and 2 strikes the count on the Knights' second baseman. And the pitch from Acosta is hit weakly on the ground to third. McPherson has it, and she throws out Alvarado for the final out of the inning. So Acosta strands 1 following the hit batter. No score headed to the bottom of the second.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back for the home half of the second inning here on CSI Sportsnet. The Dolphins and Knights still scoreless from the College of Staten Island. For the Dolphins, it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up. Caterage, Gallo, and Mockery for the College of Staten Island in the bottom half of the second inning. Cateridge will get things started. Cateridge hit leadoff in game one. And that is not Andrew Rotundo on PA. We have some guest public address announcers from the baseball team who've been passing the mic around during this game, so they get a chance to flaunt the vocal skills as that's taken down and in for ball one. Cateridge has done a good job atop the Dolphins lineup. Carcano hits leadoff in this game, and Cateridge leads off the bottom half of the second with a ground out, and there's one away.
Now batting, number 2, the catcher, Isabel Gallo.
I didn't get to it during the last inning, but I do have the numbers on Ariana Fraccioni, the starting pitcher for the Knights, and I'll get those to you after this pitch, as that's into Gallo for a called strike one. Fraccioni comes in having appeared in 10 games, including 5 starts. She's pitched to a 2-3 record with a 1.79 whip and a team-leading 4.24 ERA. In 31 1/3, she's allowed 50 hits, 31 runs, 19 of those earned. She has walked 6 and struck out 11. 143 opposing batters, hitting an even .350 against her. Her 1-1 pitch on its way to Gallo, and that's in for a called strike two. One ball and 2 strikes, the count on the Dolphins catcher. And that skips in for ball 2. Two-two pitch to Gallo. Sails up high. And the count is now full. Payoff pitch on its way from the Knights right-hander. And Gallo was off balance on that swing. She was out in front. Good off-speed pitch from Fraccioni. And she quickly records the second out. That strikeout was her first of the game. Avery Mockery will be the batter. Mockery went 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter in Game 1. Gets the start out in right field here in Game 2. And she's ahead in the count 1-0. And the 1-0 pitch is hit well out to center field, but D'Angelo is there, and she makes the catch for the third out. So the Dolphins go down 1-2-3, and through 2, there is no score.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Leading off for the Knights, the pitcher, number 1, Ariana Fraccioni.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Ariana Fraccioni will lead things off for the Knights in the top half of the third inning. Queens looking for a sweep of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. The Dolphins trying to salvage a split as Fraccioni takes low for ball one. Fraccioni struck out swinging in her first at-bat. Comes the 1-0 pitch, and that skips in for ball two. Costa taking her time ahead of this 2-0 pitch as she tries to regroup, and that's in for a called strike. Costa well over 40 pitches at this point, and that's hit over to Moritz short. She makes the stop and throws out Fraccioni for the first out. That will bring up Danielle D'Angelo. D'Angelo singled to center in her first at-bat. And the first pitch from Acosta is hit in the air out to right field. First chance of the game for Mockery, and she makes the catch for out number two.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 37.
Two away in the road third. And the Knights cleanup hitter, and Grimshaw will be the batter. Grimshaw walked her first time up. Drove in 2 runs in the first inning of game one. Came to the plate with 2 on in the first inning of this game. That at bat here in game 2 came with first base open. And she drew the walk. As that's chopped on the ground to short, Moore has it. And she throws out Grimshaw for the final out of the inning. A very quick 1-2-3 third in the circle for Anissa Acosta. We head to the bottom half of the third inning, still scoreless.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are moving right along from the CSI softball complex, where we still have no score between the Dolphins and the Knights. Just 1 hit apiece for these two teams in a battle of East Coast Conference CUNY institutions. The Knights took game 1 to improve to 3-20 on the season. With a defeat, the Dolphins fell to 8-17. It will be 8-9-1 for CSI here in the bottom of the third. And Layla Aponte will get things started. Fraccioni gets set to deliver the first pitch of the inning. And it's over for a called strike one. Comes the 0-1. That's fouled straight back. So Aponte is quickly in a 2-strike hole. I touched on it during game 1. The Dolphins swung the bats pretty well this past weekend at home. Only 5 hits in the early game today. 2 runs to show for it. As that's dribbled on the ground to second. Unable to handle it cleanly was Alvarado, and she lost the play. That will be the first Knights error of the game. And Layla Aponte is on with nobody out here in the third. That's about as routine as it gets for Alvarado at second. A slowly hit ball, and she just couldn't make the play as Jessica Carrion shows bunt and takes ball one. Here's a quick look at that last play. And once again, Carrion attempts the bunt, and that time she offered at the pitch for a strike. Carrion had a base hit in game one. See if she tries to bunt again here on 1-1. She does. It's a good one. And the throw to first is in time, and fortunately for the Knights, Alvarado made a nice play to keep her foot on the bag. Aponte moves up to second, and it is a successful sacrifice for Jessica Carrion to move Aponte into scoring position with one away. Mariah Carcano will be the batter, and she takes a called strike. Carcano is 0 for 1 in the game, grounded out her first time. Had a nice game in game one. Had 2 hits, scored a run, and drove in a run. She's quickly in a 2-strike hole right here. Oh, 0-2 the count on the Dolphins center fielder. And she hits one off the glove of Grimshaw, but Alvarado makes the play on the rebound and throws out Carcano for out number 2. That is a fortunate break for the Knights, as they nearly committed another error. And if that ball found its way through, the Dolphins have the lead. Here's another look at that last play. And the Knights benefit from the friendly bounce, as Anissa Acosta will be the batter. Another chance for Acosta with a runner in scoring position. Came to bat with the bases loaded earlier, and that's fouled away, so she's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Oh, 0-2 the count on the Dolphins pitcher. And she pops one up foul. Acosta arguably the toughest out in this Dolphins lineup. No relief in the on-deck circle, with Samantha McPherson due up next. Here comes the 0-2 pitch once again from Fraccioni, and Acosta chases out of the zone and swings through that pitch for strike 3. So Fraccioni is able to strand Aponte over at third. She reached on the error, and the Dolphins and Knights remain scoreless through 3 from the CSI Softball Complex.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like, I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Top half of the fourth inning getting started from the College of Staten Island. And it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up for Queens College in the road fourth. Baez, Wilkinson, Sagona to face Anissa Acosta in the top half of the fourth inning. And the first pitch of the inning is bunted to third. McPherson has it, and she throws out Baez for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out for Acosta in the circle. And Alyssa Wilkinson will come to bat. She's 0 for 1. Lined out to the right side back in the first inning. That ball off her bat appeared destined for right center field, but Aponte was positioned perfectly, shaded just a bit toward the middle, and that was enough to make the play as she snagged that line drive for the inning's final out. Here comes the 0-1, and that's hit toward the middle. Another chance for Aponte, and that's a nice play for out number 2. Two quick outs here in the top half of the fourth, and game 1 moved a bit slowly. That game went nearly 2 hours, which is longer than we're accustomed to. Average time for a 7-inning game here typically ranges between an hour and 35 and an hour and 45 minutes, I would guess. Game 1 far exceeded that. Not sure exactly what time we got started here for game 2, but we are moving right along as that pitch is in for a called strike 1. Marissa Sagona is the batter. She struck out her first time up. Count on the night's left fielder even here at 1 ball and 1 strike. And Acosta's pitch sails up high for ball 2. Still just 1 hit for each side, which is a big reason why this game has moved along so quickly. The Knights threatened in the first, had the bases loaded with just 1 out and did not score, as Acosta has now fell behind Sagona 3-1. Acosta has already issued 2 walks in the game, and that's number 3 right there. So Sagona is on via the base on balls, and that will give Riley O'Connor a chance. O'Connor is 0 for 1, grounded out to short her first time up. And Acosta misses high for ball 1. Issa is now approaching the 60 pitch mark. Fraccioni with just 30, an average of 10 per inning through the first 3. Here comes the 0-1, and that skips past Gallo and to the backstop. That will go down as a wild pitch. Sagona moves up to second, and the count on O'Connor is now 2-0. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that catches the outside corner. After being hit in the elbow by a pitch her last time up, Emma Zumpol remains on deck for her next turn at bat. She stayed in the game and appears okay. If the inning continues, she would be next. And the count on O'Connor is now 3 balls and 1 strike. Acosta now in danger of issuing a 4th walk. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. And that's down in the dirt for ball 4. Acosta has now issued 4 walks, has hit a batter, and that batter that she hit will come to the plate with 2 on and 2 out. And Acosta will receive a visit from the Dolphins dugout. Chance to talk strategy here and maybe get the scouting report on Zumpal. Two away here in the top half of the 4th. The Knights have 2 on without the benefit of a base hit in the inning. 2 walks back-to-back from Acosta with 2 outs. That puts Sagona on second and O'Connor on first. With that last walk, the wild pitch proves inconsequential at the moment, as Zumpal looks at a called strike 1. Comes the 0-1, and that misses outside. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Knights shortstop. And that's chopped foul. After this, it's back to the top of the order, so this is a big out for Acosta to get right here. If Acosta cannot end the inning at this point, Sierra Alvarado would get a chance. 1-2 the count. And the pitch from Acosta is off the outside corner for ball 2. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 on and 2 outs. Acosta comes set, and her 2-2 pitch is on the way. And that's chopped foul. Zumpal continues to battle here. This next pitch will be number 6 in the at-bat. Acosta moving towards 70 pitches now overall in the game, working in just the 4th inning. Here's the 2-2, and that's hit well down the right field line. Foul ball. That is as close as it gets down the right field line. And that swing nearly gave the Knights a 2-0 lead. Another 2-2 pitch on its way from Acosta. And that's hit out to left field. Carry-on is there, and she makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So the Knights get 2 on without the benefit of a hit. They strand those 2 base runners, and we remain scoreless, headed to the bottom half of the 4th.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back for the bottom half of the 4th inning. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the College of Staten Island against Ariana Fraccioni. Both she and Anissa Acosta trading zeros through the first 3.5 from the CSI softball complex. McPherson looking for her second base hit of the game, comes to the plate 1-for-1, and she looks at a called strike. McPherson continues to be among the most feared hitters in this Dolphins lineup, a carryover from last season. And she is robbed of her second hit right there by Fraccioni, who reaches down and snags that grounder, hit right back to the circle, and that ball was hit hard. That retires McPherson for the first out. And Elizabeth Moore will be the batter. Moore is 0 for 1. She grounded out her first time, and that's fouled straight back. Dolphins across the 2 games now, and over 10 innings of softball, have managed just 6 hits. And McPherson, who was retired to open the inning, had one in game 1, had another one in this game. Carcano had 2 in the first game. They've accounted for 2/3 of the Dolphins' offense. Comes the 1-1 to Moore, and that's in for a called strike 2. One and 2 the count on the Dolphins shortstop. And the pitch from Fraccioni is on its way. That's sliced over to first, and that's an easy play for Grimshaw. And there are quickly 2 away.
Now batting, number 14, your first baseman, Jackie Catteridge.
And Jacqueline Cateridge will be the batter. She's 0 for 1 in the game, grounded out her first time up. And that's in for a called strike 1. Comes the 0-1. And that's hit well out to straightaway left field, but right at Sagona, who hardly had to move to make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. The Dolphins quickly go down 1-2-3 in the 4th, and we remain scoreless headed to the 5th.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Top half of the 5th inning getting started from the CSI softball complex. And Sierra Alvarado will be the first knight to the plate against Anissa Acosta in this half inning. It's been a bit of a turbulent outing for Acosta, but she still has the shutout intact. And her first pitch of the inning is swung on and missed by Alvarado for strike 1. The Knight's second baseman is 0 for 1 at the plate, has walked and grounded out in 2 plate appearances. And Acosta finds the inside corner for a called strike 2. Once again, my pitch count is not official, as that is fouled back, but that last pitch approximately for Acosta was number 70. And by my tally, I have her having thrown 40 strikes and 30 balls. So Acosta has missed with quite a few in this game, and that's unsurprising considering she's issued 4 walks. Count on Alvarado, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Alvarado's pitch skips in for ball 2. The last time we saw Acosta, she went the distance against Malloy. At the very least, that was the last time I saw Acosta, as I did not call Sunday's game 2. And here, Acosta has run the count full. She was ahead 0-2 on Alvarado. The count now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch on its way from the Dolphins' right-hander. And that is swung on and missed by Alvarado for strike 3. Now, Acosta, after running the count full, bounces back to pick up the strikeout. And there's 1 away in the inning. That strikeout for Acosta is her 3rd. Ariana Fraccioni will be the batter. And that pitch skips in for ball 1. Fraccioni is 0 for 2, has struck out and grounded out in 2 at-bats. Well, I mentioned Acosta's complete game effort on Saturday against Malloy in a 2-0 win. She pitched the majority of Game 2 on Sunday as well. Alexis Miramontes recorded 1 out in that game, allowed 3 runs on 3 hits before she was pulled. Acosta pitched the last 6 2/3. And in those innings of work, she allowed just 4 hits and 2 runs. Walked 3 and struck out 3. So a very good outing for Acosta on both Saturday and Sunday. Looking to make it 3 straight as that's lined into center field for a base hit. So with that, the Knights have a 1-out base runner, and Danielle D'Angelo will be the batter. D'Angelo comes to the plate, 1 for 2 in the game. Has singled and flew out in 2 at-bats. And we're going to have a pinch runner over at first. At least it appears so. And we will. Jillian Cosme will be the pinch runner at first. Fraccioni will certainly re-enter the game in the next half inning. D'Angelo, the batter, awaits the first pitch from Acosta, and that's down for ball 1. The runner over at first. Cosme has not attempted a stolen base this year. And the 1-0 is taken up and away for ball 2. So D'Angelo with a favorable count here. Acosta certainly doesn't want to issue her 5th walk. So it's likely she'll attack the zone. We'll see if D'Angelo can capitalize. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. And that catches the inside corner. Good pitch there from Acosta. D'Angelo turned out of the way. And the 2-1 is popped up on the infield, and Aponte makes the catch for the 2nd out.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 37, Ann Grimshaw.
That will bring Ann Grimshaw to the plate. Grimshaw is 0 for 1, has walked and grounded out in 2 at-bats. And the first pitch from Acosta catches the outside corner. We are locked in a pitcher's duel here from the College of Staten Island. As Acosta's 0-1 skips in, throw behind the runner, not in time. And time is called over at first by Cosme. Both pitchers have pitched extremely well in this game. Acosta ran into a lot of trouble back in the first, but it's been fairly smooth sailing since. Here comes the 1-1. And that's hit well out to left. Right at Carrion, and she makes the sliding catch. And that will do it for the top half of the fifth inning. The Knights strand one, and we are still scoreless heading to the bottom half of inning number 5 from the CSI Softball Complex.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us.
To intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Still no score. Entering the bottom half of the fifth inning. For the Dolphins, it will be 6, 7, and 8 due up. Gallo, Macri, and Aponte. As Ariana Fraccioni continues her shutout effort. And as I said before, we are locked in a pitcher's duel from the CSI Softball Complex. Neither starter has been scored upon in this game. The Knights scored 7 in game 1, and that's hit softly over to first. Easy play for Grimshaw, and there's one away.
Now batting, number 11, the right fielder, Avery Mockery.
And Avery Mockery will be the batter. Mockery is 0 for 1. She flew out in her first plate appearance. And the Dolphins, as a team, have really struggled to get anything going offensively today. That pitch is grounded foul by Mockery. As I mentioned before, just 6 hits across the 2 games. The Queens bats were red hot in game 1. They've cooled off a bit, due in large part to the effort in the circle by Acosta. And the 0-1 misses up and away. This looks like a game where 1 run might be enough. These 2 teams, if my memory serves me correctly, played 2 games last year that were both very competitive here at home. As Mockery flies out to right for the second out, but I'll pull up that history. Is working strictly off of memory. I remember calling 2 thrillers when these 2 teams met here at the CSI Softball Complex last year, but I'll take a look at those 2 games and see how accurate my recollection is right now. And my memory does serve me correctly. Both games last year, played here at the College of Staten Island, went to extra innings. The Dolphins dropped game 1 by a score of 4-2 and won game 2 by a score of 10-9. So a 19-run battle in game 2, 6 runs scored in game 1. Both games went into extra innings. And the 1-1 is fouled away by Aponte. She's behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. They had to retrieve that softball from down in the right field corner. The 1-2 upcoming to Aponte, and she fouls it away again. Hard to believe, but Fraccioni is still under 50 pitches in this game, working with 2 outs in the 5th. And the 1-2 is grounded to short. Sunpaul has it, and she throws out Aponte for the final out of the inning. And once again, the Dolphins have gone down 1-2-3. They still only have 1 base hit in the game, and we are still scoreless heading to the 6th.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
First pitch of the 6th inning is hit on the ground to short, and Baez unable to beat the throw. That was an awfully close play at first. We'll see if we can get another look at that, as we only need to see the tail end, but that was an awfully close play at first base. 1 pitch and 1 out for Acosta. We'll slow it down and take another look after this next pitch. And that's swung on and missed by Wilkinson. She's behind in the count 0-1. And Acosta's pitch is sent foul. So the Knights' designated player quickly in a 2-strike hole. Here's a quick look at that last play over at first base. And we'll back it up just a bit, as the umpires will converse right now. So that's a perfect opportunity to look again as we back that one up. And you get a look at how close that play was over at first base. Slow it down just one more time, as we still await the resumption of play. And it's very hard for me to see on a monitor, but for the viewers at home, they perhaps have a better view than I did. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that's swung on and missed for strike 3. So Acosta makes quick work of Wilkinson, and she's set down on strikes for out number 2.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 16, Marissa Sagona.
That will bring Marissa Sagona to the plate. Sagona is 0 for 1, has struck out and walked in 2 plate appearances. And Acosta has really settled in out in the circle. And Sagona tries to disrupt that with a bunt. But Acosta now is out there dealing. Hasn't faced much adversity these last couple of innings. It was a rocky start for the Dolphins pitcher, but As she approaches the 100 pitch mark, she appears to be getting stronger in this game. Here comes the 0-1. And that's fouled away. And very quickly, Sagona is behind 0-2. Looking ahead to the next half inning, it will be 9-1-2 for the Dolphins. And Acosta misses low with that pitch for ball one. Acosta looking for her 5th strikeout here. I mentioned the strikeout numbers for Acosta earlier. Comes the 1-2. And that's it out toward right center field, and that will fall for a 2-out base hit. Marissa Sagona is on with a single. That's her first hit of the game. And that will give Riley O'Connor a chance with 2 outs and a runner on first. First pitch to O'Connor misses inside for ball one. O'Connor is 0 for 1, grounded out and walked in 2 at-bats. She awaits the 1-0 pitch and calls for time. And with that, we can take a look at that last base hit by Sagona. Comes the 1-0, and that gets past Gallo. Sagona was running, and she will take second easily. Thought about third for a moment, but she will hold and is now in scoring position with 2 away. On deck behind O'Connor is Zumpal. And from there, it's back to the top of the order. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. And that's on the inside corner for strike one. A base hit here likely gives Queens the lead. Acosta trying to keep the shutout intact. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. And that's hit right back to the circle. Easy play for Acosta. And that is the 3rd out of the inning. So once again, Acosta works her way around a base runner and keeps this game scoreless. We head to the bottom half of the 6th, still with no score.
You Know 'em Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know 'em Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know 'em Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know 'em Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know 'em Right.
And we are back for the bottom half of the 6th inning from the CSI softball complex. No score between the Dolphins and the Knights as we move towards the evening hours here at the College of Staten Island. 5:39 p.m. our time. At the plate for the Dolphins is Jessica Carrion. She's ahead in the count, 2-0 here. Without an official at-bat in this game, Carrion laid down a sacrifice bunt in her first plate appearance. And here she looks at a called strike. Two and one the count on the Dolphins left fielder. And the pitch from Fraccioni is bunted over to third. O'Connor all over it. And Carrion slides into first base well after the throw arrives, and she's out.
Now batting, the center fielder number 3,
Mariah Carcano is the batter. She's 0 for 2, has grounded out twice. Dolphins starved for base runners in this game. Just one hit. Queens did commit an error in this game. And for the Dolphins, that accounts for their only 2 base runners. The lone Dolphins hit belongs to Samantha McPherson. Layla Aponte reached on an error as that's chopped toward first, and the right side of the Knights infield did not coordinate to make that play. Grimshaw and Alvarado get crossed up, and that will be the second error of the game for Queens. A very unorthodox looking play. And that will bring Anissa Acosta to the plate. First pitch to Acosta is fouled away. Acosta at the plate in this game is 0 for 2, has grounded out and struck out in 2 at-bats. And the 0-1 is hit sharply to Grimshaw off her glove, and the flip from Alvarado is in time. That will advance Carcano into scoring position. And there are now 2 away. And if I'm not mistaken, that is our second 3-4-3 putout of this game. And here's a second look at it. Samantha McPherson is the batter, and she takes a called strike 1. As I mentioned, McPherson has the Dolphins' only base hit of the game. And she looks at that pitch downstairs. It gets away and rolls toward the backstop. That allows Carcano to advance to third. That could be consequential on a hard hit ball. One ball and 1 strike, the count on McPherson. Her base hit came way back in the first, and that's chopped off the glove of Fraccioni. Alvarado gets to it, and the throw is not in time. And the Dolphins have taken the lead. We will get another look at that one in slow motion for sure. But that will put CSI in front. I think that will go down as a hit for McPherson, as that's a tough play, anything but routine for Fraccioni in the circle. What a break for the Dolphins. McPherson hustling down the line all the way, beats it out. And CSI has taken a 1-run lead. That's it out to right field by Moore. And on the run, Baez makes the catch for the final out of the inning. If she doesn't make that play, that ball is certainly trouble, but we will stay right here and get another look at that play on the ground ball hit by McPherson. And once again, we will not head to break. Let's go back to replay and take a look at that again. I'll have to clip it, as I do apologize. Once again, I'm a one-man crew out here today, but we'll get a look at that play and see just how close it was over at first base. We'll wind it back here. Slow it down to about 1/4 speed, and here's a look. And we'll have to flash it in again, as it looks like the replay is frozen a bit. So let's flash the live look back and try that again. Here we go. Perhaps didn't need to be this slow of a look, but we will try and see if we can distinguish whether or not that was the right call. I certainly can't on the monitor, but perhaps the viewers at home will have a better look. And it looks like McPherson certainly beat it out. So we'll take one more look at it, but it appears as if the right call was made over at first base. We'll wind it forward a bit here. Get one more look. McPherson, as she approached first base, appeared to slow up a bit. Instead of taking one large stride toward the base, she short-stepped it, and that nearly cost her the hit. Top half of the seventh inning gets started with Emma Zumpal at the plate, and she fouls back the first pitch of the inning for strike one. But two huge plays to bring that last half inning to a close. First, the infield hit by McPherson, and then a great catch out in right field by Amanda Baez. And now Zumpal is in a two-strike hole. And that's taken for ball one by the Knights shortstop. Zumpal is 0 for 1 at the plate, has been hit by a pitch and flew out in 2 at-bats. She's behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch from Acosta is fouled away. The Knights need just 1 here in the 7th to keep this game going. The Dolphins hoping that Anissa Acosta can pick up her second shutout in her last 3 outings. She's 1 strike away from a big first out. And the pitch is blooped on the infield. Easy play for Cateridge, and there's 1 away. Back to the top of the order for Queens College. And Sierra Alvarado will be the batter. Alvarado is 0 for 2, has walked, grounded out, and struck out in her 3 plate appearances. Pitch from Acosta sails up high for ball 1. The two teams have combined for just 5 hits in this game. And I'll have to double check, but I think 2 hits would certainly have to be a season low for the Dolphins in a winning effort. Can't imagine the Dolphins have a victory with 2 hits or less in a game, but I can double check that in just a moment. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Alvarado, and that misses high for ball 2. Taking a look, the Dolphins have only had 2 hits or less in a game 1 time this year, and that was in a loss. So make that twice, and both came in losses. The Dolphins have been no-hit twice this year. Once against Stack, and once against Bridgeport. Those were both losing efforts, unsurprisingly. So this would be a season low in hits for the Dolphins in a victory. As that's hit down the left field line. Carry on in the corner, and she did not make the catch. Now, even if she had made the catch, I don't know if there's any way the umpire could have made the call, but the ball wound up in the tube, which is used to roll up the tarp. So no protest from the Dolphins, of course. And the count on Alvarado is now full. Alvarado represents the tying run at the plate. She's looking to get on any way she can. And that's it on the ground to third. McPherson fields cleanly and throws out Alvarado for the second out of the inning. Acosta and the Dolphins now 1 out away from the shutout. And Ariana Fraccioni in line to be the losing pitcher. And what a tough luck loss that would be. She's pitched so well in this game. And she fouls back the first pitch she sees for strike one. At the plate in this game, I'll have to pull up the numbers for Fraccioni from the live stats, as she was pinch run for last time she was on the bases. We'll switch that right now. She's 1 for 3. And it may be a 1 for 4 game if the Dolphins can make this play, and they do. Caterage flips to Aponte, and that will do it, as the Dolphins earn a split of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader behind a complete game shutout from Anissa Acosta. The Dolphins win it 1-0 as they defeat CUNY rival Queens and salvage a split of today's doubleheader. What an effort in the circle by Anissa Acosta, especially after a very difficult first inning, which saw the Knights load the bases with just 1 out. Acosta was able to work her way out of trouble and close the door on the Knights in that first inning. And after that, Queens never really had a chance that was nearly as good as the one they had in the opening inning. And it's a point that I made several times throughout the broadcast. It appears as if Acosta gets stronger as the game goes on, and that was certainly the case here today, as she earns the victory for the Dolphins. Once again, in complete game shutout fashion, the win for Acosta is her 6th on the year. She improves to 6-5. That complete game is her 3rd. It is Acosta's 2nd shutout of the season. And once again, tough luck loser in this game is Ariana Fraccioni. She falls to 2-4. She went the distance for the 2nd time this year. Allowed only 1 run on 2 base hits, yet she failed to pick up the win. So a very tough break for the Knights starting pitcher in this game, but the bats went cold for Queens College after a double-digit hit performance in Game 1, a 7-run output in that Game 1 victory. But for the Dolphins, they pick up a win in Game 2. CSI has now won 4 of their last 6 games here on their home field. And if you're a fan of CSI or a member of this coaching staff or team, you have to be very happy with the way you've played these last 3 outings here at home. 2 more games coming up on Friday as the Dolphins take on Bridgeport University on their home field. That will be the last time we see this team until the end of the month, when they return home for Senior Day on April 30th against Mercy College. So before we sign off, very quickly, some standouts in this game for the Dolphins. Samantha McPherson had both hits. The second one was an RBI infield single where she just beat the throw to first base. It was a close play, and it was ultimately the deciding play in this game, as if McPherson doesn't beat that ball out, the Dolphins do not score. So McPherson credited with a game-winning single in very unorthodox fashion. Here is one last look at it before we wrap up today's broadcast. And at home, you can be the judge. It looked like they got the call right, but here is one more look at it before we sign off, as this proved to be the game-winning hit for the Dolphins, and they take the 1-0 victory on their home field. So we'll let this replay play out and take a look at some standouts for the Knights. They had 3 hits in the game. Fraccioni with 1, D'Angelo with 1, Sagona with 1. And that was all of the offense for Queens College in Game 2. So I appreciate everyone who stuck with me throughout the entire afternoon. I had the call solo today. This has been Joe Foreman, and for all of us here at the College of Staten Island, thank you for watching. Queens wins Game 1 by a final score of 7-2. The Dolphins pick up the 1-0 shutout victory in Game 2. Our next broadcast will be on Friday. The Dolphins take on Bridgeport University here at home. If you can't attend the game, be sure to join us right back here on the ECC Network for that broadcast. And until then, enjoy the rest of your Wednesday night.